Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon. One more thing. Howdy, howdy. Well, I've very bright right now. That'll go away. I got like a giant opening here that I just can't cover because it's like the top of a window arch. But whatever. The so I've done a little. I've pathfinding has been a killer on me the last few days. I've been really hammering into pathfinding, and I quickly built this mock-up start screen art here, just kind of playing around. Looks kind of cool. Seeking artist who can nail that anime 80s anime style. Um, really wanting to drive it, or it's kind of the vibe I want to go for. I really enjoy the 80s anime style and all that. All right, so what I have been working on has been pathfinding as a whole, and I've been doing it off stream because it's kind of boring. Me just tweaking and trying different things and finally getting it just right. So now if I go to the dungeon scene, I've got 3 enemies out there in the wild. Um, let's top down's better. Showcase this. Not, we'll see. Uh, so pathfinding was working ish, but the NPCs and the player would get hung up at random times. There was some issues there. So now what I want to show you is basically, well, I guess I can show you like a video of the issues, but basically NPCs. So it's a turn-based system, but everyone's kind of taking their turns at the same time, and the NPC pathfinding was getting confused, taking the wrong path, or just kind of getting stuck doing like this and that. And what it turned out to be is essentially the player and the NPCs were considering themselves, they were considering themselves as a non-walkable spot, and it led to some of these weird conditions. But now you should see that as I move around in the game world. So right now, the 3 sets of text here are 3 enemies. They also have line of sight now. So they will not do anything until they see me enter the area. So I'm going to kind of just path to this guy, and you can see the player here pathing, and I think he hasn't seen me yet. So if I go this way, yeah. Let me hide the canvas here. Go. And the camera. That. There we go. So right here, this guy is in this hallway, but he hasn't seen me yet, so he's not coming after me. But the second he does see me, boom, he calculated a path, and now he's after me. So I'm going to sidestep him, He's going to keep chasing me. And I'm going to path over here. And you see he's following me down the hallway. So now he's following me after he saw me. And now I'm going to step into this hallway and get this guy chasing me too. So now I got two of them chasing me. Come down here and get this third boy. But they're intelligently kind of pathing to me, looking for me and whatnot in the environment now. That was a huge, huge headache. Actually, I'm going to do this. Destroy the walls, make a new path. And they're pathing right through it. They're staying on me. They're chasing me down, etc., etc. So there's some improvements that need to be made. So like right now, that just happened. Oops, didn't mean to do that. You can see this NPC, instead of keeping after me, he basically was blocked by one of the other two units, so he couldn't path down here to me. So he ended up trying to go around and ended up over here. And then, so this is one thing, is whenever they're calculating new paths, I'm going to make it to where they can essentially ignore their allies or anybody they're factioned with and path through them, or possibly anybody but the player. And then as they move turn to turn and they execute their move command, they will then do a check to see if where they're about to go from, because they're going to, every turn they take, they're going to move one. They will check to see if they can make that next step. And if they can't, I will introduce waiting logic, and then if they can't, they still can't continue on their path, they will recalculate path and try again. But they will not. I will try to prevent this from happening. But anyways, I'm not going to work on pathing anymore right now. It's working, and I've got the dungeon generation here working pretty good with the Fog of War. So they're all coming for me. The attack is a little, it shouldn't be hitting me from 2. I got to fix that. That's to come. But the fact that they're pathing this good, see, I can't walk past them in the hallway now. So now I'm stuck. I have to fight my way out of this situation. But right now, that's not fully implemented. But that right there, massive improvement over where I was. Yeah, I'm not gonna show you videos of it, but it was not good, not good. One column. All right, so what I am gonna work on is well, there's 4 project plans that I have planned for today. So one, I want to encapsulate or abstract and modularize or create the framework for generation as a whole. So world generation, map generation, and biome generation, all that. Right now I've got procedural planet being generated, your world. I've got dungeon generation happening, and I've got biome generation happening. They're all kind of separated now. So I want to find those commonalities and get them into the service locator pattern and create the base classes and interfaces that will share generation functionality across them all. So the first plan is to create those base classes and then move from there into um, world generation or zone, or then zone, and then we're going to get into the town generator. So I can create procedural towns just like that dungeon you saw. So the first step is obviously this. I've already created my service locator. So I'm going to pick this guy over here. And I've started to move from singletons to the service locator pattern. I still have some singletons out there, but they will get migrated in short order. So for now, let's focus on generation. And this will be a scriptable object. Actually, let's just open this up. These are just the data objects for the zone system. So in scripts, let's just go ahead and create a map folder. Or we'll call it zone. Because zones ultimately are going to encapsulate the maps. The zone is the spatial element, be it a dungeon, be it a town, be it a wilderness map. It will encapsulate all that. So our generation context will be kind of like our data container for our zones and what generation is going to happen. Our generation result interface. Just an empty interface that allows us to share a general interface for finding, or if there is any centralized location or functionality, it will exist here as well. Now we're going to have our generation service. Oops. That actually needs to go up here. Generation manager. Now the actual implementation of the generation manager. I've been keeping all the managers in here. I'll continue that practice for now. Eventually, I may segregate or put these out into their logical locations with their accompanying or scripts that they kind of make sense for them to be with. Now our events that are going to be shared by all the generation classes from world to map to dungeon. These are just some common events like start, complete, and fail. Now we're going to do our base generator data object, which is going to be the all data driven, or any generators I build. So any towns, planet, or wilderness generators will all share this scriptable object. Because right now, the world generation is scriptable object driven or data driven and event driven, but the dungeon generation right now isn't leveraging scriptable objects, and the synergies between planet gen and dungeon gen aren't being shared. And again, obviously with procedural generation, you're going to have different things that are going to make sense to kind of be coupled together. So that's what really I'm doing. This is creating the boilerplate or the framework for all generation in the game. Proc gen, that is. All right, so that is that. Dungeon result. Now this is the beginning of the dungeon generation being data driven right here. So let's add our generator to our dungeon gen. Where is she? So I have 4 project plans, and each one, this is the first project plan. Project plan 2 is to take the world gen, put it into the new framework and service architecture or service locator architecture. Now we're going to use our centralized dungeon generation events. What you got? Who's this? Nothing important. Ah, tasty. comment this out for now, but handle dungeon generation complete. Comment this out for now, and the rest is going to be the same. All right, so now we need to go to our service initializer. We're going to add service locator dot register. All right, so then we're going to register our all generators. Now this may change. Well, it's kind of a logical place for it, so. Oh. This contains key. So now I'm going to do oh wait, register and return. There we go. So now I can access this guy after I've registered it down here. Not everything is going to need that. Most will just register, and we'll move on. this may end up being a resource load. For now, I'll specify it on the initializer for the scene. And again, I can still programmatically do that too. But this may end up being, hey, loaded from here. Okay, so we have all of our stuff. Data-driven, event-driven. I'm also going to work on a because JSON's easier for modders to work with that aren't going to be like Unity users, because really you'll use Unity to build mods for the game. But for people who just want to tweak data files and create new stuff through JSON, I'm going to create a scriptable object to JSON exporter importer. And then if you drop it in a certain folder in the game's directory, it will actually take your new JSON file, make the scriptable objects, and instantiate them, and you'll have it added to your stuff. You can get blocked, add you to the block list. Although it's just Restream's block list. So let's go create our scriptable objects. All right, so we're going to go to data. Dungeon. Do I already have dungeon? I don't. Create. Call this crypt dungeon config. I don't know if I spelled that right, but that's all right. So in our scene, we've already got a generator. So let's Alt P this guy. I go back to our config. 64, 64, 1, 5, 5, 10, 10, 16, 22. So we're going to up this to 2, 2, 2. Manager, initialize, to layer index. Now we're going to go to our initializer. We're going to drag in our dungeon config. Boom. Now, all of that should be good. No, actually, this one too. Dungeon chunk manager. Do that instead of the button press. That will make more sense. All right, so now we should have the dungeon system generation in the service locator pattern. The one thing that I don't see, or I haven't done yet, is need the config. Oh, Walmart, go away. This is kind of ass backwards. leave that be. So this is going to change to where the dungeon config SO is going to feed this. So right now, it is a workaround. Yep. Hopefully the dungeon builds and we're good to go still. And then can fully get off the config here in the script. So fingers crossed. This will pay spades in maintainability and the ability to create no dungeon. Oh, whoops. It didn't. So Alt P to stop the game. Now we're going to create the generator or the dungeon or the generation manager. Oh, because, okay. This is not, this is a little different than a mono behavior manager. So forgot, that's why. So we're actually just going to new this guy up. Then we're going to register it in the service locator. Now that should fix that bug. Let's test her out. No registered generator could handle context with sound. Oh, wait. Attach to Unity. I could have hit B and I think it would have generated. But it should generate on start, is what I want. Oh, maybe I should call it in the initializer. That way I know it is happening after every service has been located. Switching context. So this is a nice little trick. You can highlight a chunk code, do a quick watch, and see what it's returned. So this is going to say false because we don't have compatible profiles. Oh, did I not set that? I must have said it wrong if I did. Alright, so let's double check on that. Delete you, didn't need you. Let's oh, I did not populate that. That will do it. That'll do it every time. Yep, we're good. Let it run. Boom. Our dungeon is generated with our new framework for procedural generation that can support any number of generators, however I want to make them. For the future, we are now maintainable and scalable with it when it comes to dungeon generators, whether it be dungeon, map, world, whatever. They're all going to leverage the same framework. Okay, so that's all good. So we went from event request, service, generator SO, event complete, builder is working with your existing manager. What? I see my mic peaking. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh, my fucking stream deck. Some bitch. Well, I was just talking my ass off. Oh, I hate when I do that. I hate that button. I hate that button. Well, so I just created the boilerplate, the service locator, and all the patterns for proc gen. So now it's data driven. It is. I'm glad you hopped on the call or the stream. So all that, but now I'm moving on to phase 2. Well, so again, I dropped in the Discord it was muted. Like I did a getting started screen and I hit the mute button and I walked away and then I came back and never undid. I saw my mic peaking. I can see my mic peaking even when this is hit, I'm pretty sure. No, weird. Huh. I don't know what was going on. Can you hear me now? So we've implemented phase one. So the generator service framework. This is the boilerplate and the ground work for all generators, be it dungeon, be it world map, be it world. So this is the setup for all that. So now we're going to move on to phase two, or project plan two, world generation refactor. All right, this one, I could move to phase three and come back to this guy, but it shouldn't take very long. I kind of think zones need to come first. Actually, yeah, zones actually do need to come first. So, zone system. The zone will encapsulate the data that represents the spatial objects of the game. So, an overworld map, a wilderness map, a dungeon, the procedural planet or your world map. A zone will define all the data associated with that and its events. So, who owns that zone, its quest state, the active events, citizens of that zone, just all the generic data, or that would be needed. So let's go ahead and do that. So this workflow is a little different than normal. I started off by saying, okay, here's all the things that I want, and it's like I was like, I want a project plan to create the framework for procedural generation. Two, I want to take what I have now, the dungeon generator and the world generator, get it into the framework. So there's that shared base and it's all service locator and scriptable data object driven with events. And then the zone concept is what's going to really be the data warehouse for all that information and what will be saved off for it. Zone, create spatial.cs. And then, so this is our spatial class, the core abstract class for zones. So these are just going to be placeholder classes for now. So we got our quest state, our active event set for the zone, citizen, the terrain parameters, resource spawn data, land feature template, and zone variation. So now we're going to create the interface for this guy. So iZoneManager.cs. I should always, when I start a stream, just pop it up on my phone for a second and make sure I can hear myself. Like it should just, you know how many times I've done that in the past. All right, so there's the zone manager. Now we're going to create the concrete implementation of the zone manager in the managers. Really, the managers is getting long in the tooth. 55 minutes, it's nothing. You know, it's just a silent start. I think what I'll do is I'll put my earbud in and then I'll start the stream and have it up on my phone. I actually wrote that mute button, what I should do with the mute button and have it pop up a mute icon on my screen. So if I look over at OBS, whoever's watching will see that and they will like, hey, you're muted. And someone will, I actually have that. Where's it at? I implemented that before. I don't know why it's not there. Hold on. Yep. Yep. Well, so on my old Yeti, I had the mute button up here. So I would click that sometimes, and that one's a hardware toggle, and I'd forget about it. Now this button, let me just do that now, so this doesn't happen again. Well, I have a visual reminder that it is happening. So this needs to be a multi-action. OBS. Source visibility. This is on what scene? Scene 4K. Source. And then this is volume controller. Copy. Oh, this should have been a toggle. Testing. Can you hear me? Mic check. I'll do this later. I can't believe it. All right, we're good. Mic check. Okay. I'll do this later. All right, whatever. I'll get that should toggle back and forth. All right, zone manager. What I really want to get to is the. Oh yeah, let me turn that off. You got my back. You got my back. So, and whenever you do add like a new parameter, you can quickly just add that parameter to the method with control period. So add parameter. And then, yeah, undo that. I really should call that world tile because tile is kind of probably going to get leverage for map level stuff. Well, I'll probably refactor that to world tile. To do. This is always a good thing. Is add a / to do, rename to world tile. Visual Studio actually has a task list, I believe it is. Yeah, see, this will intelligently find all your to-do comments and put them in a list. So that's why I do to-dos. And again, I got a shitload of them. I need to go through and there are probably a lot of these are implement. Oh wait, these are from asset inventory. Yeah, some of them are mine, some aren't. But this is just really handy because Visual Studio will intelligently find these in the task list. So you go view task list. Cool feature. Not a lot of people know it. Yeah, it's freaking amazing. And then Control Shift V is the clipboard inside here for Visual Studio. And it has your history, but also Windows key V is got your clipboard history. I tend to use this more than Control Shift V, but I need to remember this guy exists because it will have different. I don't know, but another cool feature. Okay, so that's done. Zone manager, happy, cool. Zone loader, a simple test component. I don't think I'm going to do this step. Because I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm almost to town generation. That's what's going to be exciting today is actually having procedural towns. That's what's going to be too. But appreciate you stopping by and fixing my mic issues. Oh, you're a lifesaver, dude. I'll create the zone loader just because it will be handy for actually for areas where you walk out the bounds of the map. It'll load the next zone or whatever. But I'm not going to do this step of testing this. I'm just going to later, man. Have a good one. Avoid that soda. Okay, so we're through here. Player entered trigger, loading blueprint, zone, found generator, da 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 da. So the dungeon generation has a lot of features like the room carver and then the hallway carver and stuff like that that will basically is kind of the bones of a town generator already. It just will be, instead of filling the void with walls and stuff, you would create rooms, and then you would place a bunch of rooms. You would then create the doors between them or hallways. I don't think, yeah, I don't think I'm going to have hallways inside of a house. A house will be 1 to 3, a couple rooms that are connected, and then the carver will just carve doors into the, I believe. I don't want a big house with hallways, I don't believe. No. So now we're going to get to the world generator. Now we're on project plan 2. So project plan 1, project plan 3. Now we're back on 2. Zone really should have probably been 1. And then, well, no, I need the framework. So the world generation is pretty sweet. Oh, I got errors. This one's going to be a bit of work, but for now we'll just do this. World generation context. One of the things I'm going to do eventually here in a bit is because I'm getting up to, I don't, I don't know. Let's see, actually. I'm curious. So if we go into Windows Explorer, type asterisk.cs, we are at 302 classes in the game. So from August till now, and that's not all the classes because editor scripts are in a separate folder. Um, but it is a good chunk of them. So it's more than 302, but you know, August 4th, 1, 2. We're a little over 3 months into the project, and man, oh man, is it amazing how much I'm getting done. And it's all cleanly architected, very easy to find, very easy to manage, maintain, update, and tweak, and balance because it's all data driven. I can change things on the fly. I don't need to change code to tweak everything. It's just it's a beautiful thing. River generation, faction gen. Okay, we'll convert the faction manager to our singleton or service locator pattern next because that's got to happen. So Control Shift A will create a new file, and I just paste the name of the class .cs, and then boom, we got it. Local map results. Local map generator. So zone does not contain a definition for world and no accessible extension. Here are the diffs for the existing scripts that need to be updated to support this new flow. So we are on project plan 2, even though it's the third project plan we've implemented. So there's been 4 project plans, and I've created all these systems in an hour and a half to get my procedural generation system in a service locator pattern with data driven completely with scriptable objects and event driven, and everything's decoupled and able to be is designer friendly, and I can tweak and balance things in the inspector and in the data objects, the scriptable objects, instead of editing code, which is amazing. Now, one step that isn't done here, and maybe it was, I just didn't know. So when you're working with the canvas, everything that it does, it will put over here in this list of objects. And I don't believe. Yeah. So this faction manager was not turned into a service. So right now we're going to convert my faction manager singleton into a service, and then use the service locator to get that all good to go. And then we'll come back to finishing up the world generation step here. Oh man, faction generators kind of woven into a lot of crap. This is already long in the tooth, this canvas here. Like I said, it's already generated a bunch of files and whatnot, so I didn't want to do the faction manager in this window, just because the faction manager conversion from a singleton to service is going to be a little more involved, and I just wanted to keep it in its own isolated thing because you can see it's used a lot. I'll be right back. I want to grab a drink, and I will be right back. 1 sec. Oh no, what is that? No. Not for me. Let me turn off that. Here's my link tree, link to the Discord, and I'll put it in the other chats as well, just so if anyone wants it, they can have it. All right, so let's rewrite this bad boy. Come up to interfaces, iFaction Manager, CS. I almost think keep it there for now. Do-do. So we'll go to Control T, Faction Manager. Very easy way to navigate your project and get to a file. Control T. You can always also type in variables, methods, or whatever. Control T will quickly get you where you want to be. So this is no longer going to be an instance. It's going to be an iFaction Manager. Or wait, sorry. Should just delete this, but until I'm done. Oh, yeah, might as well just get it cleaned up. Not have to come back for it later. No more singleton. Goodbye. Goodbye. All right, so that's all good. Service initializer. Layer controller. So clean, so nice. Oh, we're in unit now. this I need to we're not ever going to store the block manager. Unit movement manager dot instance dot go. Probably need to convert that to a service, but if that bugs out, then I will put a breakpoint here just so I can test it. So much cleaner, man. So much cleaner. If you know what I mean. I got a trimmed down unit. Wait. That's what I thought. MPC controller. Right now, the start methods where I do all my faction service locating, just because I let the awake do all its stuff and then the starts. So this I shouldn't run into any initialization or script execution issues, but you know, these things happen. Now we are in PC controller land. Character generator. Even though I'm going to replace this, I'm going to fix it. Action generation. Cool. I think that one's already done. Character generator. Very nice, very nice. Stack calculations, character generator, all good. Data binder, probably gonna. We will. I don't like that. Whatever. It can be cleaned up later. Gotta love what we're living through right now. Beautiful. Faction UI. You are a mono behavior, so most likely you will get you have a start, you don't. So you're gonna get one. How much less typing? Beautiful. Control build. And our faction manager is almost completed. On enable. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. That may have an issue. I'll come and test that because this is on enable. I'll test it. That scene will need, everything's gonna need an initializer. Technically, the initializer fires off before everybody, so it should actually be fine. Because this enable wouldn't fire until default time or greater. Okay, so now we can continue on with the other plan. We have everything, terrain parameter, resource spawn data, land feature template. music playlist for this zone. The idea of ambient soundscape for this zone. Cool, cool. Local map generator. World viewer. Generate build texture. Update. Instead of calling local map viewer, all right, so now we're going to, that's done. We're gonna build, see what we got going on. To load it. push it into the interface. This is just day one stuff. I don't know why my all right, we're good there. Okay, I believe that's everything. Big lift, a lot of stuff going on there, but it's all good for extensibility and getting it into the generation pipeline or framework. So it is the service locator pattern and even more data driven than it was before. Where we were. Biome is not equal to ocean. So supposedly, I need to delete world generation pipeline. For now, just do this to get rid of them, just in case I actually need them. All right, so now we delete the old stuff. In with the new. It's time to create the assets. Generation Manager. Generation. New edit. We can say goodbye to regeneration async, which I think we handle that now, but we'll see. All right, build. Once all this is done, I can get to what I was really wanting to do is town generation. But all this is the groundwork for said thingy-mabobs. All right. Configure. For as long as this chat's been do what? Do 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 do. Is zone manager a mono behavior or no? It is, okay. So we'll just do this. Okay, and data. Create, generation, elevation generator. generation. Overworld. Type line. We want elevation. River gen. Next step. Faction gen. Road gen. Okay. Create a zone. Select asset, name it local map blueprint. Select it and drag your local map gen asset into the slot. You can leave the profile blank for this test. Create a zone. So now let's create a new folder for zones. I think I'm going to put that in there now. Zone blueprint. What's up, Lavatka? How goes it? I'm on some other stuff. I'm on some other stuff. River Gin. Oh, well, you know. How long you been watching? I've been chatting a little, I guess. Zoned out, trying to get to town, procedural town generation. I'm doing good. Doing good. Like I've been banging my head up against pathfinding for a couple days, and I finally cracked it yesterday. And so now I've got like a new lease on life. Oh, volume. Well, I don't think I've moved my mic. It could come down a tad. Let's see if that helps. I don't want to. Here, let me confirm. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. So this is I'm on project plan 3. Hold on. Make sure I close that. I created, so basically all the procedural generation, right? I wanted to create a framework or I'm switching from singletons to the service locator pattern is one of the big things, but all like my procedural world generation and have dungeon generation working, and then local biome generation working, but they're all separate entities and they're all procedural gen, right? They're gonna do procedural gen things. So what I've created is so 4 project plans. So the first plan was the service or generate service framework. So this creates the generation, all the services for generation as a concept. So it could be world gen, local map gen, dungeon gen, biome gen, and getting that into a data driven, event driven architecture. So they all share things that are common, and they're all working from the same data driven setup. So from there, I created the zone implementation, and the zone is like the spatial concept. So like a dungeon map is a zone. Your map that you own on the world is a zone. A town is a zone. A wilderness map is a zone. So the zone holds basically all the information and map data that would be associated with it for saving and loading. So it's the data backbone and the loader, exporter, all that. And that's then from there, I converted the world. Right now, I'm just wrapping up this one, the world generation pipeline integration. So now my world gen is in this framework, service locator, generation, service frame abstraction and interfaces, and yada, yada, yada. And then after that, I'm going to be creating the town generator. So here's the next step, which I'm really close to this guy right here. And I've already got dungeon generation really working well. I think I have a video. Oh yeah, check this shit out. This is the title screen that I was working on earlier. It's pretty schmixy. This is a concept I threw together today. For the title screen, and then here's dungeon generation. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So basically, the pathing of the NPCs was had me stuck for a few days, and now I've got them to where they don't do dumb things. They don't get stuck. They keep chasing me through the dungeon. Multiple ones of them can see he's like chasing me. I'm just running around the circle, and that text right there is the NPC. And like as I path through the dungeon, he's on my butt, and he consistently follows me instead of getting stuck or whatnot. So that was huge. That right there, I don't know. Like I was just bashing my head. That's what friends are for. Um, yeah. So that is what I'm doing, and I'm on phase. I'm getting ready to test this guy. So what was it? River Gen, Faction Gen, Road Gen, Local Map Gen. So the scene where the procedural planet's made now has all these things are now part of the generation pipeline, which is now scriptable object driven, and I can tweak things even more than before. And now again, the service locator pattern is a lot cleaner, I think, than the singleton pattern. I still have some singletons, but I'm migrating my singletons over to the service locator pattern as I go. Everything new will follow the service locator pattern, etc., etc. All right, next step. So that's the dungeon generator. Basically now I can, if I want to create a new generator or procedural thing, I can quickly create new ones and have them have their own implementations, but it all works through the same interfaces and base classes, and they have their shared functionality, which allows for rapid generation. So now I could create multiple new dungeon generators and swap out their information and create multiple dungeons. Town generator, once I have that, I'll have individual different towns that'll be biome, culture based, and stuff like that, and etc. Select your worldview object, drag asset into it. Local map blueprint. So now I'm going to create the local map builder. put this in managers so it will persist. I'm going to create a terrain. Now I do want to convert back from terrain, unfortunately. I have changed my mind on all that. Tile prefab set. Okay. That is popped. All right, fingers crossed. Let's see if it works. Complete rewrite of my procedural generation systems. Fuck yes. Yeah. Sexy schmexy. Very schmexy. Although yeah, something didn't work here. We don't have factions and roads, so faction manager. No faction def of type player found in faction manager list. Okay. That is. Oh, wait. We got to put this inside here. So the service locator is on the parent game object here. This is the service initializer. And we'll find all the services down here. And, oh, I got to set the factions. Day one stuff, guys. Just day one stuff. You know what I mean? Hold on, reconnecting to your channels. Can you guys still see me? Okay. Still got me? Mint the fresh maker. Mentos fresh and full of life, as they say. All right, cool. Are you... I guess you are nothing anymore. World viewer is not a service. So I can stay here. What you been up to? Anything new? 3D printing? Lewd things? Yeah. Did not mean to hit F10. Oh, hell yeah. Which game idea is it? Interesting. Oh shit, is this... No, it's a mono behavior. Oh yeah, I remember that. Sweet. The farming system I'm gonna do, ooh, veggies. Wonder why the service locator's like, nah, bro. iFaction manager. It's right there. Oh, oh, I see why. I was trying to get the concrete implementation instead of the interface from the service locator. Not okay. If you know what I mean. Should see roads now. Yeah, we got roads. Across the ocean. I gotta fix that, but fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Zone manager. Hell yeah, that's cool shit. Are you gonna do 3D assets or 2D or what's the monsters gonna look like or whatnot? Or creatures. Not everything is a monster. Oh, I gotta have a zone manager in the scene. Duh. Day one stuff, guys. Day one stuff. Man, this might be the whole kit and caboodle. Here soon. I can go from Planet Gen to... Ooh. Think it's working? Yeah. Got to find a modular like monster system or creature system that allows for you to easily extend it or something, or you could roll your own, but is it just regenning the planet? Requesting new overworld generation. Nice. Yeah, honestly, the more plain C sharp classes you can kind of keep running things, the less overhead you'll have from the mono behaviors and whatnot, and just use the mono behaviors once you actually need them, or get into Unity when you actually need it. Oh, what am I thinking here? Gotta get the food out the oven. Everything needs a couple more minutes. We must attach. Oh, maybe that's what's going on. Badass. So we clicked on a tropical seasonal forest with small hills, but I bet you D00. Ah, interesting. Oh, wait, okay. Adding it to the active zones. Generate for zone. We got our seed, we got our zone. Now we're going to loop through our generators, which we have 7 of them. Okay. Oh, okay, I think I know what's going on here. This is Generation Manager. So we do sound generator for zone. That's why we go back into world gen. Yep, an elevation. Run river. So it, instead of going into zone generation, it's going into world gen again. So when I click on the planet, so the prefab generator, which again needs to be rewritten, or well, changed essentially. Make sure I got that guy all buttoned up. On detail tally, tile presets. Yeah, I bet you we're never getting in here. Oh shit. We are in prefab generator. Ah, local map result is null. So let's go up the call stack. here, here. Yep. Did I not add a generator? Is everything fully configured? So close. Basically, it should, when I click on that, then spawn the actual local map and populate it and everything. But we'll see what it do. Swear I got everything right. And really, at this, like the local map viewer here, and when you're in the planet or the world map scene, one, I don't know if I want you to just be able to view it. Well, I do. So you can see what you're about to get into when you're picking a terrain at the beginning. But when you're after you've picked your starting area, So basically, the world generator was catching the context. And it was hijacking the local map. We only want to run it if there's no target zone. We can use this difference. We will update the local. Here's one file fix you need. Okay, so that should do it in theory. Let's see it. Let's see it. Now this makes sense because we haven't clicked anything yet, so this is going to be null. Now we're going to click on this guy. Context, generation context, zone. Local map generator. Still null, huh? Map generation data. Oh, wait, I did it. Sort of. Homeboy. That's beautiful. That's just beautiful. If you know what I mean, it's beautiful. Damn, that was fast too. So let's take the brakes off this bad boy. Holy shit, dude. How cool is that? Zero biome details. Oh, I've only got the temperate forest. So if I click anywhere outside of that, it's just going to be empty. Dude, this is crazy. Look how fast that is. Like, right, in ortho. Local map gen. So cool. So on the terrain, I need to put, well, I need to paint it. Well, that's, so I'm going to come back to that because again, I'm no longer, I don't think I'm going to use a Unity terrain. What is it? I got a screenshot of it. It looks good, but I don't want it. Well, I just don't. So here in the Discord, this is what terrain gen looks like whenever it's working right. So it takes the noise data from the planet or the world tile and then creates this. But I want I believe, because I'm a tile-based game, I don't think I have a screenshot of it before. Or do I? No, I don't. Not anywhere recent. Yeah. So before it was kind of cubed based like this. Issues I had before are gone. But like not being able to get. I ended up going. Well, I tried it out with Unity Terrain because why not? I could actually keep the planet up in the background. Well, I could disable it, but it's generated like is world gen and your no. It's really not intensive. It's just a sphere with a cube. So now I need to create the new biomes because every biome that I click that doesn't generate, it's because I haven't created the biome details for that guy yet. God, this is exciting. Fuck yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's all coming together. Let's get to town generation next. I will drop my socials in the chat. If anyone wants to follow me or hop into the old Discord, even though I don't think anyone's watching right now. I need to fix road gen. Need to move the terrain away from the planet. Where the fuck is your Oh, it's static. Oh, that's right. Terrains are static after gen. Move you off over here. No. No, I won't. Generation pipeline. Beauty. So we go from, oh, it's so clean now. Like, oh my gosh. It's the cleanest. Oops. I moved the terrain and now all the prefabs are like, what? Where'd it go? I know how to fix that. So I think the terrain needs to be a child of the local map. Well, one, let's put it back to where it was. Local map builder, terrain's a child. And we're gonna take it off over here. Might work, might not. No, it didn't. Well, hold on. I can't reset that, can I? map builder. There we go. I will move the world. I want to see if I can do. Nope, it put it back to the old sphere. So now my clicks aren't going to work. That's fine. That's fine. I almost want to do a flat world map, but we'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there, ladies and gents. We will get there. So cool, dude. Height data is in there, but for some reason it's not firing. But again, I'm gonna change it because of my real-time mesh destruction from the dungeon builder. Yes. Are we ready for town generation? So now we're going to create a procedural town, and the yellow dots on the map here are actually settlements. And then I'm connecting them with roads, but the road generation is bugged. It likes to build super highways across the ocean. We are on project plan 4. So within 3 hours, we've implemented 3 project plans, creating the generation framework for service location. Let me turn my lights on. Hold on. Damn, this is amazing. I might have a game playable by January. You never know. You never know. So project 1, we create the generation pipeline framework, or the generation framework which implements service locators and all the abstracted classes and interfaces needed for a generic framework for generation of anything. So we then implemented the zone concept, which is the spatial concept. So the map, uh, the local map overall, or that you just saw get generated, or a dungeon map, or whatever, a town is going to be a zone. So zones hold the information about a specific world tile, essentially, and what's there, what NPCs, what events, who owns that tile faction wise, all kinds of different info. All right, so now let's get to Town Jenny. So let's organize this into grid data for the town layout data, town generation result, town building set SO, alrighty. So we're going to have our town analysis SO, which is going to hold the information about the terrain, flat areas for plots, and creates the initial town layout. Town road SO. Road logic. Town zoning. So like residential, commercial, and then the town building SO. Plot, residential, commercial, civic, town square. All right. Generation context. We're going to add that. Back from eating. Where's my food, man? I'm just over here working my butt off. We're on the town generator now. I've got the procedural, the planet generation working, and you click on the planet, then it creates the biome. But I only have one biome right now, so you got to click on temperate forest and on the planet, and it'll spawn it. Everything else just spawns an empty map because I got to create the biomes for that still. But yep, procedural towns. Oh yeah. So like I have it town zoning, so it'll like do 70% residential, 30 commercial. There's different plot types. So like there's gonna be a town square that can spawn, a civic area, um, and whatnot. Generator pipeline. Where are you at? Procedural generation and game design. That's cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. I wish more of these books had Audible. And just I like passively absorbing things. Oh, is that from Tarn? Badass. I want to get the Rimworld designer's book too. So we're going to create the town builder. The way I'm approaching all these systems, what is it? Is this guy. I don't know what's good. Like I keep having to reload my chat window. You there? Still? I might have to turn up my gain too. I am kind of quiet. At least on the peak meter. I don't want to tweak that right now. Is it like hard to hear, or because it sounded pretty clear on my phone, but okay. Yeah, I just didn't want the overbearing. I was trying to find a nice middle ground to where I wasn't on the interface here for the the where the XLR mic or whatever wasn't hitting the yellow or getting close to red. I think I've got it dialed in pretty good. But I'm about to write my own book on, because right now I've got the procedural gen for planet, uh, local map, biome, dungeon, now town, um, on Poon. Okay, so we're ready for this step. So let's create some dummy game objects. Cube. This will be that's a good house. That's a good house. for... Hello? Crap. All right, I'm going to take a short break, go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. All right. So the towns can have a list of biomes that they'll spawn in. Oh boy, gotta create a bunch of stuff. All right, so sorry. What am I thinking? I'm gonna create a bunch of dummy stuff real quick. Actually, let's do this. Just so it looks like a town. 3D modular village. is all not gonna. Okay, cool. This will be our town square feature. No, wait, that'll be it. Yeah. Wall prefab. Probably no walls there. Entrance. Capsule. Exit. This will be a cylinder. Void prefab. I think I got something for that. All right, so we got this popped. Let's throw some shit in the Civic one. All right. Coo. Now we need to create the rest of the assets. Where's my step one? Ah, might help if I actually put it in there. I'm curious what this is going to look like. I have high hopes. Nation, town steps, road layout. I think that's the ring app. Yeah. So we're going to do local map gen, town analysis, town roads, town zoning, and town buildings. All right. think that's everything. All right, so I've configured the town generation. Hmm. Oh, world viewer. Good. Let this be a town. Quit playing with my emotion. Um, Local map builder. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I know what I gotta do. Close. We're close to towns. Oops. We gotta make a small tweak to the generator. It's going to prioritize the blueprints generator instead of just going with the first one it finds. Because what it did is it found the forest biome and did that, and then when the town got to the town, it was just a null. One, towns are going to be, they can spawn in a biome, but they shouldn't be, save that change? We're close, I swear. Town generator. So that's going to be true or false. True. 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 So the same world logic fix is posing this guy. What if I just trick it? Hey, I see a town. Did it just dump it all inside here? Crap. Let's do this. It spawned 3 houses. Oh, I bet you. Wait. So if I stop this, and I pick a... That's a good town. hell's a temperate forest? Very close to procedural towns, even if they are going to look jank at first. The scale is definitely not right. Let's see if this works. That was tropical forest. That was Burrell Forest. Burrell. There we go.
We're gonna have to rehome the cat.
Oh my gosh. Why are you being a butthead to Sushi? It's your brother. He just got back home from being at the vet for 2 days. The Maine Coon. Sushi went to the vet because he got exposed to lily pollen. So we didn't want to risk him because that can cause kidney failure. So we had him at the vet for 2 days on IVs and fluids and doing blood work. And he came back fine, but now Kitsune is just acting like he's a stranger and like being mean as hell to him. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. We just gotta bathe him. Something, man. Oh, wait. World context. Step can generate. Last result. Last result, no. Set data. Exception. Run. What if? No. You can't be mean to him. You gotta stay in here. Back up. Watch out. He's right behind you there.
That's fine. I make.
I'll be right back. I gotta check something out. We just want peace in this house, Kitsune. You gotta be nice to your brother. Kitsune. I love you, buddy. I do love you. Just being a big meanie. Sushi's been there for you since you was a little baby. How can you not remember him? He was only gone 2 days. Smells like a million different animals. It's cats, yeah. So our sushi, our $65 cat that we got, our very first one, it was just kind of a random cat we got, which chain reacted into buying a Russian blue and then buying a Maine Coon. So now we got 3 cats. And Sushi was gone for 2 days with IVs, and he came back stinking at high heaven. So I think it is scent related. think I saw it. Local map generation. Zone. Human town blueprint. Yeah, I do. I just can't, you know. Can't do a lot of cheese. Oh, that sounds amazing. Or I can't do a lot of sugar. I meant not cheese. I love cheese. Quit making a forest and make a town. Silly goose. Dungeon gem. Oh shit, that's why. No, that's not why. Listen, it's gonna happen. I bet you because I moved this guy to the bottom, it's getting trumped. It is pretty good. It could be better. You know, it'll get there. Another tropical rainforest, huh? Temperate forest, where you at? Tropical rainforest, stop it. Let's spin the plan around, try to find us a temperate. Too many islands here. That's tropical. Listen here. Maybe. Here we go. We nailed it. Temperate. Well, what is it? What is the malfunction here? You know, obviously. Obviously. Speaking of that, kind of tempted to go look at that. All right. That's a particle effect. It's sitting behind, or it's sitting in world space, and then all the UI elements are in screen space. It came from an asset pack. I didn't roll that one myself. I can't remember what it is. It's really good. It's like background particle effects or something. I may have. Yeah, say it's. I own a lot of particle effects. And I'm never going to be in need for them. Yeah. You're getting more loving, but you're just being an asshole to your brother. What is wrong with you? You're a good boy. So we didn't neuter Kitsune either. He still has his nuts. Because we want to breed him. We're going to get a female Maine Coon. But I think that's part of it too. He's getting so big. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's a hell of a drug. All right, so this may do it. Oh, it built a town. So, I mean, it's a town. It put it on the ground. The roads aren't spawning. Just like a couple buildings. And the town square. So if I go to town builder, up here, dungeon chunk, we can reuse dungeon chunk. So let's scale up these bad boys. Okay, so my town zoning, I gotta update. Well, buddy, you comfy over there? You handsome. You know that. You so handsome. What you doing? What you doing? Come over here. You want some carrot? I'm just gonna jump in the shower with sushi. All right, so now we should get more of the town because the zoning wasn't actually zoning was just doing a bare minimum at this point. Oh yeah. So the ground pieces I think are too big, too big. Let's make those like 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. There we go. Look at that. Kind of getting there. We got a town square. We got a, I think this is a civic thing. The roads are something. Now, really, I'm going to play with the number. Well, I mean, it's kind of working. Let's make a ground object that is actually 1 unit. 3D cube. Make it 0.2. Road. What a good boy you are. When you're not trying to murder your brother. This is going to take some work. It's the beginning of a town generator. It's not pretty yet. And I actually wanted it to build the houses and shit. So town square, civic, 2 residentials. Roads are clearly it's tiling the roads great at 1 unit, but I'm gonna let them say yeah, stuff's gonna have to change. No, wait, actually, is this I bet you that's commercial. Sample house. Sample house, yep. So it is commercial, civic. Where the hell's that house at? Oh shit, that house is tiny as fuck. There is work to be done. There is work to be done. It is working though. I will leave it at that. Well, it's 5 o'clock on the dot. I'm ready in my drop top, cruising the street. Pretty little thing. Let's make the terrain look better so this looks cooler. Try planar shader. Or no, we need grass. We need grass. All right, now let's see what this will look like. Town is just so small. So let's look at the project plan for this guy. What was the goal? Build terrain, build roads, instantiate buildings. So it's looking for flat areas, which it should all be flat because the terrain mesh is not. One thing I can do is fix that, the hovering. So if I go to terrain, pick it up one. Yeah, it is doing the town gen, but it's just doing like one civic, like 2 residential, 1 commercial, and a town square. Which again, it's doing what it's supposed to, but the road needs to be taller. That's a civic prefab. So we're getting to a procedural town. I just wish it would sprawl out a little bit more. So a couple things. One, I'm using a terrain-based map right now, whereas I'm going to convert from that back to generating the mesh. Yeah, yeah. Yep, I'm planning on that. It's going to be tricky. This is going to need a lot of love. The bones are there now, though, right? The bones are there. And so the biome generator needs to convert from terrain based mesh generation to to back to let's go back to the dungeon builder real quick, or the dungeon scene, to get a feel for what this is real. Now hopefully all this still works. Yep, okay. So the terrain, like here, if you look, so I have generated this dungeon, and it's in chunks, like Minecraft chunk, like chunks, and so it's performant. Like there's one draw call for this whole section. So if you look at the stats here, there's 22 Shadowcasters in this thing to generate this whole dungeon, right? It's got next to no batches. If I go full screen, it's running like 250, almost 300 frames per second. There's only 128 triangles here to generate this, right? And what that enables me to do is this. So I've got real-time mesh destruction. Well, you can mine essentially, right? So where am I at? Over here. So I'm going to head over this way and start. See, that's real-time mesh editing and rebuilding. So every time I mine a wall out, it's just fast. Like it works really good. And that's the base. That's why I want to build the houses out of that. Have it build. Take this room logic you see here, like it created this room. That would be a house, and instead of filling the void around it, it would only fill in. It would put walls around this, put doors on it, and then the paths would just be. Like the roads or like walkways or something. But this is going to be, I'm going to focus it more, take this here, and that way the towns are, this will feed into the level builders too. Because of the way it is right now with prefabs and stuff, like, and the prefabs work fine. Like, there are some bespoke towns that I'll probably have that aren't generated. They're just, I make them by hand. They're real nice, and they get dropped across the world. So there'll be bespoke town maps, but then you'll have procedural towns, hopefully, if I can nail it, that have random buildings and things. But you can destroy the walls, or, well, you could. But on your map, on your world map, instead of using the terrain and painting elevation on it and shit, there'll be like half tiles, half cubes that like they'll take the noise data and create terrain or elevation from the noise data. In towns, no. I think well, if I allow you to like attack a town and take it over, if we're going Rimworld style, yeah, like everything is there and it's destroyable. Everything, yeah, just like every other thing on a map. So I think I am going to go that route. But the fact that I got chunking working here, yeah, like, so the chunking here works great. And the ground's a single quad or mesh. The chunks are meshes, are their own mesh. And like, instead of when I break a single tile, it's only got to regenerate the mesh and colliders and update the pathfinding grid for a 16 by 16 chunk. So it's really fast still. So like this dungeon builder concept is going to be Well, no, I mean, not really. If you look at Rimworld and Elin, so like this is Rimworld, right? You got like a flat plane, but you have mountain walls you can mine out, and you build rooms and walls, doors, all that. And then in Elin, actually, I haven't been to a dungeon in Elin. Let's go do that. I've watched more about this game than I've ever played it. Like, and it's one of the big inspirations. I played the shit out of Rimworld. Yeah, it's a single level. Like, there's no elevation. And it makes life simpler for me. And the fact that I'm going roguelike, like Elin and Rimworld. Actually, I won't do that one. Yeah, I guess I'll do it. Don't starve to death. Where's the nearest dungeon? Run! So here's a dungeon in Elin. They have multiple levels, but you gotta go find the exit. So there will be elevation. I died. So my dungeons are already kind of little. I bet you he's using Cell Optima or whatever it is for the cave generation. Where I'm doing, I can't remember what it's called for my dungeons. It creates rooms and then it carves out hallways and all that. So here's my home base right here, right? And then you see how the NPCs kind of teleport around. Everything's fluid, but it's turn-based. Then if I want to train, I can, or if I want to build up my defenses, I can go in here and people should come and kick my butt. Or not. And I'm gonna probably go even simpler. Like, the player is animated here, but I'm gonna probably not do that in Billboard for at the first phase. Maybe if I get, you know, some more funding behind me or whatever, like I'll do, because like right now, see, I can turn around. So like, I've got a lot of the traditional systems from a roguelike. Now this goblin can see me, hopefully. Why are you not moving? There he is. Is he? No. out why that is. I bet you it's faction related. I bet you. They lost their faction. They lost their soul. Yeah, no factions. Sometimes when you refactor scripts, it'll dump all the settings that you had in there. You gotta be careful about that. So now if I go factions, manager, lock it in, buddy. But I want a turn-based tactical kind of game with real in-depth colony and life sim stuff like Elin. I don't know why I'm moving so slow. Hold on. I don't know why he's like chunking. He shouldn't be chunking. So now if I mine through here, now he sees me, he's going to start chasing me. And if I come over here, this guy should see me. Yeah, he's chasing me now. I got two chasing me. No, three of them are chasing me. Oh, I know why I'm chunking. Part of their logic is still synchronous, and they're blocking the thread while they make their decisions. I bet you if I disable two of these guys. Oh. No, I just... Oh, if I disable them, they leave where they were blocked in the world. So on disable, I couldn't get through the hallway after I disabled them. But that's the vibe. It was moving a lot faster than that. But I've been doing a lot of shit. So, you know what? It's time to check in. It is time to check in. There's been a lot going on. 500 files, huh? It's mainly because I got to check in all those assets. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to delete those. Well, here's what I'll do. Yeah, I'm going to delete them. I don't want to bring those into the project. I want to piecemeal assets in. I never want to just bulk add things. There we go. All right, so 157.
How's it going in here?
He's chilling over there, sleeping.
He's fine.
Just sleeping on the table.
Huh? He's awake?
He's sleeping on the table.
Sleeping?
Yes.
Okay.
157 files. If you take the meta files out of that, that's 75 new files. In little under 5 hours, I've created. I went through 4 project plans. So this project plan, that one, or all 4 of these project plans I've implemented using my workflow, which is a really powerful workflow. So now I'm going to do a commit notes, see what the old Copilot says. Introduces new data assets, prefabs, and scripts for town and world generation, including town building sets, zoning analysis pipelines, add core interfaces and managers for generation, zone, faction management, updated scene files, refactors, world config asset locations, add new terrain assets and UI textures, town and world generation systems. I wish, but yeah, Copilot's baked into GitHub here, or GitHub desktop. So I can't, I'm sure there's a way to have Copilot, or actually I could use VS Code to have Gemini describe the changes, but this is good enough. So now I'm going to commit all this work. You can see here, like, the Copilot notes have been very detailed. Yeah, that's what I use. If you look in my Discord, I actually dumped the last 10 change sets or commits, the notes about them here. So like before I started today, refactor pathfinding movement logic, refactor player management and add command system, removed create items editor and update equipment logic, fixed entity manager, add characters equipment systems, refactor command based turn system, remove game updater, add fog awarded dungeon gen, refactor dungeon gen, add dungeon gen. Like Copilot index, I just said, hey, break down the last 10 commits in the repo and tell me, give me a quick little synopsis of what I've been doing. And like, yeah, so been busy. But I've been very diligent about all the things. Now my town gen is broken. I got to create dummy objects for it, and whatnot. But I'm happy. I'm happy with where I got it. Town gen obviously is not as flushed out as I want it, and it's more generic than I want it. But the generator is there, and it's part of that pipeline, so I can basically create any long chain of generations now. So I can add new steps, I can add different tweaks, and really get fine tuned. And all of my procedural gen is now very scriptable, object and data driven, event driven, service locator pattern, and all that goodness. Let's go look at the start screen for a little bit. This I got this is all just quickly generated stuff. And I put some post out, and I use this as an example. I'm looking for an artist to create original artwork that is vector based and layered. So I can have basically this similar to redo this logo, make it a little better, create like some characters like this, but I want them individual, like the limbs are separate. so I can animate them and like have the hair moving and the arms moving and stuff. So if anyone knows a really skilled artist, I've got budget for the start screen art, and I really think I'm gonna lean into the 80s anime style. So I am looking for an artist to create 4K vector based assets for the start screen and to give me a logo. Not exactly like that, but something like that. This is just all concept, real quick stand in art. And then, like, here, I'm going to pick this thing. And then I'm going to take and go show all. Translate this over. What you doing, buddy? Come here. Yeah, no. I'm looking for an artist to give me a screen, some start screen art like this. This is just me kind of templating and playing around with it. Seeking artists. I've got actually DMs with a bunch of artists today that say they can do it. I looked at some of their work they posted, and it's not to the quality that I'm looking for. I don't think yet. I want some anime artist can really nail that 80s style. No, I don't know where they're from, but that's the concept art. I probably, yeah, like again, I'm really starting to get to where I need an artist bad, or I'm gonna start doing art myself. Um, I have my goals behind me this entire time. I'm the worst streamer there is, man. But yeah, like I clearly said free. Well, you know how people are. They gotta have that money. I have money. I want to pay artists. Where are you? Someone. All right, I think I'm gonna take a break, eat dinner, and then I'm gonna get back on. But I'm really happy with where I got today, or so far today, and we'll see what I work on next. Yep, you too, man. Have a good one. Thanks for swinging by. There's Discord, Linktree. Where's that? And then for everybody else. All right. I will talk to you all later.